Kayak 13276, Myrtle Beach flight.
Request proceed inbound Myrtle Beach full stop with information Alpha 132.
Kayak 276, Roger, on our right base, runway 18.
And our right base, runway 18, 13276.
2 tower, pursue back.
Rescue 10 is also runway Bravo 5, we'll be switching to ground.
Rescue 10, Roger.
We're ground, Rescue 10.
Rescue 10, ground, you looking for all Bravo taxiways?
Okay, affirmative.
276, flighting 020, vectors for sequence.
Taxiways at this time.
Myrtle 11 is going to be east with Alpha.
11 tower, Roger, pursue back.
Proceed back for Myrtle 11. North Alpha. You with Alpha.
10 tower, pursue back.
Delta 2196, runway 18, taxi via Alpha.
Runway 18 via Alpha, Delta 2196.
58 Delta, turn on for 120, vectors for sequence.
120, 58 Delta. Which is still 158 Delta, 5,500 feet.
58 Delta, DFR, descent your discretion.
Or descend our discretion, 58 Delta.
5 Delta Sierra, traffic 11 o'clock 3 miles northeast on altitude, indicates 1,000.
Don't fear, be searching.
Delta 1, proceed direct, Babbitt.
Data 01, proceeding direct Babbitt, and we can accept the visual, we have the field inside. 6222.
Okay.
Lindbergh 6222, Myrtle ground, clear to Detroit Airport as filed. On departure, maintain 3000. Expect flight level 340, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 127.4, squawk 3233.
Alright, 5 Delta Sierra, traffic no factor.
3,340, 10 minutes after, 27.4 and 3233 for 6222.
Lindbergh 6222, read back correct.
58 Delta, you could just expect to go through final here shortly for sequence.
On intro Alpha.
Myrtle 9, tower, pursue back.
Back Myrtle 9.
5465 Delta Mode Beach Approach from altimeter 3019er. Titus 01, if you able to keep your best speed forward for number 1 in sequence.
Forward speed, Titus 01.
Tower Duff 2196 short of 18, we'll be ready to go when you get us out.
Delta 29, or correction, 2196 Myrtle Tower, roger. Delta 2196, runway 18, fly runway heading, clear for takeoff, helicopters east of departure and remaining east at all times.
2196, clear for takeoff, runway 18, fly runway heading, copy the traffic.
Myrtle Tower, Venture 30, Barn, Alpha.
Venture 30, Tower, pursue back.
Pursue back next 30.
Connect to 58 Delta. Traffic follows up to 12 to 1 o'clock and about 5 miles southwest on King Air 2000.
Look for that traffic, 58 Delta.
Head 2 calling at 1 Titus 01, maintain out above 1,700, hold southwest straight and final, contact tower 128.45, good day.
1,700 cell established, switch tower, Titus 01.
58 Delta, I missed your response.
Traffic in sight, 58 Delta.
58 Delta, follow the King Air crossing turbulence, contact tower 128.45.
It's with you about 6 miles out on an extended left base for runway 18.
Airline 79 Whiskey, contact Charleston approach 119.3, have a good day.
18, Titus 01.
Airline 79 Whiskey, contact Charleston approach 119.3. Airline 7279 Whiskey, Myrtle Beach approach. Airline 79 Whiskey, contact Charleston approach 119.3.
96, good day. Departure Duff 2196, past at 1,200, climbing to 3,000.
2190 departure, radar contact, turn right on course direct Columbia, climb maintain 10,000.
Right direct Columbia, climb to 10,000, Delta 2196.
58 Delta.
309.
Adventure calling, pursue back.
309, Myrtle clearance, cleared to Charlie Victor Golf Airport as filed. On departure maintain 3,000, expect flight level 400, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 127.4, squawk 1606.
Alright, we're going as filed 3,000 initially, 40 and 10, departures 27.4, and we'll squawk 1606 for FlightWorks 309.
FlightWorks 309, read back correct.
Venture 10, Tower, pursue back.
Tower Myrtle 9, intro Alpha.
Myrtle 9, Tower, pursue back.
276, turn right heading 040.
040, 376.
This is 2196, contact Jacksonville Center 134.37, good day.
13437, Delta 2196, good day.
Delta Sierra, contact Florence approach 118.6. Have a good day.
2.65.
Back 276, enter right base for contact tower 128.45. Good day.
Right base runway 18, contact tower 128.45. Skyhawk 13276. Myrtle Tower, Skyhawk 13276, runway 18 inside.
Cessna 13276, Myrtle Tower, runway 18, clear to land 0 at 8.
Runway 18, clear to land, Skyhawk 13276.
Showing 21193, Motor Beach approach, but also 9er.
194, 194.
Myrtle Beach Tower, Titus 01, will be exiting right on Bravo 3.
Titus 01, roger, right turn Bravo 3, contact ground 120.3, good day.
Titus 01.
Myrtle Tower, this is North Alpha.
Enter 90 tower, proceed back. Adventure 30, Myrtle Tower, proceed back.
Myrtle Beach ground, good morning. Titus 01. Is looking clear of 18 on Bravo 3 going to FDL.
3 traffic, 11 to 12 o'clock, about 3 miles south-southeast, and altitude indicates 2,100.
And Tower 11, it's going to be east with Alpha.
11 tower, proceed back.
Proceed back, Myrtle 11.
Correct, Mount Juliet, maintain VFR at or above 1,700 till establishment straight and final.
901 Juliet. At above 1,700 till on final.
Correct, 901 Juliet, enter left base runway 18, contact tower 128.45. Good day.
Enter left base, contact tower runway 18.
West Temperature 70, North Alpha.
70, Myrtle Tower, proceed back.
Back to 70.
50, Myrtle Tower, proceed back.
Myrtle Tower, Skyhawk 5191 Juliet. Have runway inside information Alpha.
58 Delta, right turn there. Bravo 4, right turn.
458 Delta.
58 Delta, that's Bravo 4, you can contact ground 120.3.
4 into the ground, 58 Delta.
5191 Juliet, Myrtle Tower, runway 18, clear to land, wind 300 at 7.
901 Juliet, clear to land, runway 18.
91 Juliet, maintain VFR at or above 1,700 until established on a straight-in final for helicopter traffic.
91 Juliet, at or above 1,700 until on my final.
Hey, you still got it in from 546, I don't know, right?
5 Delta, say again?
Delta cleared 18 at Bravo 4, taxi to FBO.
5 Delta, no problem.
Motor ground taxi to the ramp via Bravo.
Yeah, Bravo, 58 Delta.
3 traffic no factor.
493.
So 276, left turn on Bravo, contact ground 120.3.
Left on Bravo, contact ground 10.3, 13276.
Metro 10, Tower, Quebec.
Middle ground, Skyhawk 13276 at Bravo 4, taxi to park.
Skyhawk 276, motor ground and taxi to ramp via Bravo.
Taxi to ramp via Bravo, Skyhawk 13276.
Call Myrtle to see advised that's still broken. We've been unable to hear you.
994 X-ray.
So 904 X-ray, Myrtle Beach approach.
I'd like to do the ILS 23 approach, please.
So 904 X-ray, squawk 0360 and dead end.
Venture calling for Quebec.
I'm sorry, full call sign. Is that 79 or 904 X-ray?
904 X-ray.
Number 79 or 904 X-ray, radar contact 6 miles east of the Ocean Isle Airport, shade at 1,900. Flight altimeter 3019er. You said you wanted to do the ILS runway 23 approach into Grand Strand?
Flight clearance to Charlotte.
Blue Streak 5220 Myrtle, ground cleared to Charlotte Airport as filed. On departure maintain 3000. Expect 16,010 minutes after departure. Frequency 127.4, squawk 1072.
Skyhawk 904 X-ray, radar contact 5 miles east of the Ocean Isle Airport, Cheyette 2000.
Maintain 3000, expect 16,010 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 127.4, squawk 1072.
Skyhawk 904 X-ray, you wanted to do the ILS runway 23 approach into Grand Strand?
Zero past the air for Blue Streak 5220.
Skyhawk 904 X-ray, just confirm you want the ILS runway 23 approach into Grand Strand?
23, what vector? 904 X-ray, yes.
November 21 Lima, contact Fayetteville approach 133.0. Have a good day.
133.0.
Skyhawk 904 X-ray, Roger, you could expect the ILS approach, and what are your intentions after this approach?
Full stop.
Skyhawk 904 X-ray, Roger.
Florence, 904 X-ray.
Skyhawk 904 X-ray, I think I stepped on you there. You were saying something about Florence?
Affirmative. It's a full stop at CRE, LaFuel, and then on to Florence, 904 X-ray.
Blue Streak 5220 released at 24.
Released at 24, Blue Streak 5220.
Skyhawk 904 X-ray information, November's current at Grand Strand, wind 220 at 6, visibility 10, sky clear, Temperature 22, dew point 11, altimeter 3019er, and runway 23 in use.
Number 6222, pushing back 84.
Altimeter 3019, runway 23 in use, not forward.
Sure, thanks.
Mr. 90, Flying Alpha.
Skyhawk 904 X-ray, fly heading 200, ILS approach, maintain VFR.
Mr. 90, Flying Alpha.
That's 90, proceed back.
Good back, Mr. 90. 00, not forward.
5191 Juliet, right turn Bravo 3, contact ground 120.3.
Police approach, Twin Cessna 444, Juliet Mike 11,000 with November.
Juliet Mike, Motor Beach approach, Roger, just going to maintain 5,000.
11,000 to 5,000 now for Juliet Mike. Temperature 70, Flying Alpha.
Myrtle ground, Skyhawk 5191 Juliet. At Bravo 3.
Skyhawk 904 X-ray, fly heading 280, vectors for the ILS approach.
Taxi B Bravo to ramp.
901 Juliet, taxi Bravo to park. Tower 11's intro with Alpha.
11 Tower, proceed back.
Proceed back from Myrtle 11. I'll keep visual with the banner tip.
Roger.
Number 6222, ready taxi, we have Alpha.
Number 6222, runway 18, taxi via Alpha, and I'm cutting Bravo right now. Winds are 270 at 9, visibility 10, skies clear, altimeter 3020.
And we'll pick up Bravo, go to runway 18 via Alpha 6222.
This is Charlie 9525 Papa with a request.
Skyline 9525 Papa, Myrtle Beach approach.
The east of Alpha.
I would like to do a
9 Tower, proceed back.
to runway 18 with information Alpha. I'm skyline at 2,500, departing out of Georgetown. Presently at 2,500.
Skyline 9525 Papa, Squawk 0356.
0356 for 25 Pop.
Number 9525 Papa to glide slope status service for runway 18. You can expect a localizer.
Our localizer is fine, sir.
North Alpha.
Adventure 60 Tower, proceed back.
Northeast of Georgetown Airport, altimeter 3019 or stay altitude.
500, sir.
Skyline 9525 Papa, Roger, expect the localizer runway 18.
6222, be ready to end.
Thanks for 25 Pop. Thank you, sir.
Street 5220, stand by. Lindbergh 6222, Myrtle Beach Tower, Roger.
94 X-ray.
Number 4, Juliet Mike, turn 10 degrees left and vector visual approach.
East of departure in, remaining east at all times. Runway 18, fly runway heading clear for takeoff.
Valves approach terminate.
2222.
Go and return to Georgetown, sir.
Airport, wind 280 at 7, altimeter 3020.
Skyline 9525, Papa after completion of approach, fly runway heading, maintain VFR at or below 2000.
Adventure 10, tower, pursue back.
Heading at or below 2000. 25 pop.
Number 21193, contact Florence approach 118.6.
NFI 118.6 for 21093 today.
PT501 Myrtle Beach approach, altimeter 3019er.
Adventure 90, Myrtle Tower, pursue back.
Pursue back, 90.
Number 94 X-ray, fly heading 300.
300, 94 X-ray.
Myrtle Ground, Rescue 10's off the movement area. Thank you. Have a good day.
Rescue 10, copy. Thank you.
Number 6222. Number 6222, 1,200, climb 3,000.
Number 6222, Myrtle departure radar, contact, turn right on course, Beckley, climb maintain 10,000.
Right turn on course, direct Beckley, number 6222.
Skyline 9525, Papa, flighting 020, vector localizer. Get back.
020 for localizer, 25 pop.
Just want to confirm that was 10,000 for number 6222.
Number 6222, affirmative.
Thank you.
Myrtle Beach, Mooney 486 Papa Sierra out of 7.2 for 8,000.
Mooney 486 Papa Sierra, Myrtle Beach approach, advise when you got the weather at Georgetown.
Let you know, Papa Sierra.
Number 4, Juliet Mike, descend to maintain 3,000.
Down at 3,000 for Jamaica.
And Adventure call in affirmative, Bravo's current, pursue back.
Tower, Mr. 70, North Bravo.
70, Myrtle Tower, pursue back.
Pursue back, Mr. 70.
Number 904 X-ray, 2 miles from Gaffney, turn left heading at 250. Maintain VFR, cleared ILS, runway 23 approach.
50, maintain VFR. ILS approach, 94 X-ray.
Number 6222, contact Jacksonville Center 134.37.
3437, number 6222, have a good one.
Cessna 4, Juliet Mike will be following a Skyhawk on a 6-mile final.
Good for Fortune Mike. North Bravo.
Myrtle Beach departure, this is Baron 51 Whiskey Victor, just departed Grandstand, climbing from 800 to 2000, runway heading.
Baron 51 Whiskey Victor, motor departure, radar contact. Turn on course Fayetteville, climb maintain 8000.
Turn on course Fayetteville, climb remain 8000, 1 Whiskey Victor.
Number 904 X-ray, contact Strand Tower 24.6. Number 94 X-ray, contact Grand Strand Tower 124.6. Renegade 1 Charlie November, Myrtle Beach approach, roger. Number 4 Juliet Mike, just to maintain 2000.
2000 for Mike.
Number 5465 Delta, contact Wilmington approach 118.25.
11825, North Bravo.
Enter 30 tower, proceed back. Number 1, cross Bruce.
Tower, Mr. 90 North Bravo.
Juliet Mike flighting 130, vector sequence.
Zero for Fortune Mike. Morgan Ground Airport 6.
Airport 6, Grand.
Morgan Ground Airport 6. I'm on north end between Bravo 4 and Bravo 5. Permission to access Bravo taxiways.
Airport 6, proceed as requested.
Airport 6, proceed as requested, thank you.
Papa Sierra, we got the weather, Georgetown, we'll find the visual 23.
2486 Papa Sierra, roger.
Ground Blue 5220 in front of taxi.
Big D 501, contact Florence approach 118.6, see ya.
18 via Alpha Blue 5220.
.486 Papa Sierra, descend to maintain 4,000.
4,000 for 486 Papa Sierra.
Number 4 Juliet Mike, Grand Strand Airport, 2 to 3 o'clock, 7 miles.
Port site, Fortune Mike.
Twin Cessna 4 Juliet Mike, cleared visual approach, runway 23, contact Strand Tower 124.6.
For Tower 3 for visual for Fortune Mike.
And Tower Myrtle 11 is going to be east with Bravo.
Myrtle 11, Myrtle East Tower, proceed back.
Proceed back from Myrtle 11.
Myrtle Tower, Myrtle 9, East Bravo.
Myrtle 9, Myrtle East Tower, proceed back.
Proceed back, Myrtle 9.
And Tower Myrtle 11's got the banner tail out. We'll maintain visual separation.
Myrtle 11, thanks.
Myrtle 9, same traffic.
Myrtle 9, thank you.
Number 486 Papa Sierra, fly heading 200 vectors around traffic.
Head 200 Papa Sierra.
Adventure 50, Myrtle East Tower, proceed back. Victor 50 on tower.
November A1 Charlie, November, descend at pilot's discretion, maintain 3,000.
Pilot's discretion 3,000, A1 Charlie, November.
Number 6, Papa Sierra, proceed on course, Georgetown.
Georgetown, Papa Sierra.
Sperlings 412, clearance to Latrobe, please.
Sperling 412, Myrtle, clearance cleared to Latrobe Airport as filed. On departure, maintain 3,000. Expect flyable 370, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 127.4, squawk 1022.
311,000.
Number 9,
Bravo. Hold on departure, maintain 3,000. Expect 370, 27.4 departure and 1022 squawk. Sperlings 412.
Sperling 412, read back correct.
Thanks, talk to you in a bit.
Clearance Aero 4516 X-ray at the Beach Aviation ramp. I'd like to get clearance on request.
To Aero 4516 X-ray, and say your destination.
I'd like to go VFR flight following up to Ocean City, Maryland, Oscar X-ray Bravo, and I'd like to go at 55.
Number 9525, Papa, turn right, heading 090.
090 for 25 pop.
Sure, I can taxi also.
Aero 16 X-ray, runway 18, taxi via Bravo.
Via Bravo to runway 18, I'll hold on your frequency. Thanks a lot.
Airport 6, give way to the Aero, taxiing northbound in Bravo.
Blue Streak 5220 tower, fly runway heading, runway 18, cleared for takeoff.
Heading 100.
Clear for takeoff, Blue Streak 5220.
Say again?
Airport 6, give way to the Aero, taxiing north on Bravo.
Airport 6, we're going to give way to the aircraft, taxi north on Bravo. I have them in sight.
Roger. Aero 16 X-ray, 5 and ready, copy your clearance.
Ready to copy.
Aero 16 X-ray, departure maintain VFR below 3,000. Departure frequency 119.2, squawk 1063.
Departure below 3, 119.2 on the frequency on departure and 1063 on the squawk.
6 X-ray, read back correct, and when able, we could contact tower at the end on 128.45.
I'll switch the tower there at the hold shore, 128.45. Thanks, 16 X-ray.
30, Murray's Tower.
25 Papa 3 miles from Bevitt, turn right heading 150, maintain VFR cleared, localizer runway 18 approach.
Air 16 X-ray, Grant.
Runway heading. Blue Shirt 5221 departure, air contact, turn right heading 280, climb maintain 10,000, 10,000.
I hear it also.
Climb maintain 10, 10,000, Blue Shirt 5220. Line 25 Papa, contact tower 128.45.
Tower 128.45 for 25 Pop. Thank you, sir. Tower, Sally 9525 Papa, with you, crossing through 2100.
Sally 9525 Papa, Murray Beach Tower, runway 18, cleared for option, wind 2606.
Cleared for the option, runway 18 for 25 Pop. Thank you, sir.
Line 25 Papa, you're welcome. There is a vehicle on the overrun north of the runway.
Papa will be looking.
Number 4821 Lima, Bartleby Church. Shirt 5220, turn right on course Acme. Right on course Acme, Blue Shirt 5220. Honor 663, descend to maintain 5,000.
663. 7 Graham.
Yeah, I'm at the north glide slope. Would like to go north on Alpha off the end, please.
FA7 Sierra's question.
Copy, proceeding north on Alpha off the end. Thank you.
Contact Fayetteville, approach 133.0.
133.0, one with you, Victor.
FA7's clear.
FA7 copy.
Ground Airport 6.
Airport 6, Grant.
Ground Airport 6, I'm on Bravo 1. When able, I'd like to cross runway 18 to...
Airport 6, copy. Hold position for now.
Airport 6, hold position on Bravo 1, thanks.
1,000, we're waiting on handoff from center.
Blue Shirt 5220, roger.
Blue Shirt 5220, take it now. Contact Jacksonville Center 137, good day.
134.37, Blue Shirt 5220, good day.
Aircraft Church 70 north, Bravo.
663, turn 10 degrees left, vector sequence, and for the visual.
And left for visual, 663.
And Tower Myrtle 11's east with Bravo.
Myrtle 11 Tower, proceed back.
Proceed back, Myrtle 11.
Approach Bonanza 535, Papa with you at 545.
Bonanza 535, Papa, Myrtle Beach approach. No weather information available for that Ocean Isle Airport.
4516 X-ray Tower, Roger, hold short runway 18.
Down about Northwest County Airport. Are you showing any traffic in our area?
Yeah, Robinson helicopter lifting off, and I'll be turning out to the left.
25 Papa Brooklyn. I don't see him yet.
Proceed to Alpha Side taxiways.
Airport 6, cross runway 18 from Bravo 1 to Alpha 1, thank you.
Myrtle 9, Myrtle Beach Tower, proceed back.
3,000.
0.6 for 3,000, 663.
Airport 6, off runway 18, thanks for your help.
For 6, copy.
Number 4516 X-ray, fly runway heading, runway 18, clear for takeoff.
6 X-ray, runway heading, cleared for takeoff, 18.
Skyline 9525 Papa, contact departure as well.
Port 12 o'clock, 15 miles.
1,700, 81 Charlie November, have airport in sight.
81 Charlie November, cleared visual approach, runway 18.
Clear visual approach 18, 81 Charlie November. Departure Skyline 9525 Papa with you, crossing through 1,300, runway heading.
Skyline 9525 Papa, Myrtle departure, radar contact, turn right on course, Georgetown. Advise when you have the weather.
Right on course to Georgetown, advise when I have the weather for 25 Pop. Thank you, sir.
Anytime.
Tower 50 north, Bravo.
2.45.
12845 to Tower 81 Charlie November.
Number 11552 Myrtle Beach approach, altimeter 3019er.
Seneca 81 Charlie November for runway 18.
Okay, 1 Charlie November, Myrtle Beach Tower, wind 2708, runway 18, clear to land.
Clear to land 18, 81 Charlie November.
Number 552, no weather information available for the Loris Airport.
Tower 50 north.
Number 4516 X-ray, turn left heading 150.
Left to 150, 16 X-ray. Tower Victor 50 North Bravo.
Calling Tower, it's carrier, only no voice.
Myrtle Beach, Mooney 486 Papa Sierra. We got Georgetown in sight. We'll cancel IFR. Mooney 486 Papa Sierra. IFR cancellation received. Squawk VFR. Change your frequency approved. Have a great day. Hey, we'll talk to you outbound.
That departure.
Bravo. 6 X-ray switching departure. Good day. Thanks.
Good day.
Myrtle departure, Arrow 4516 X-rays with you, pass at 1.8.
Arrow 4516 X-ray, Myrtle departure, radar contact. Turn left on course, climb to VFR requested altitude.
6 X-ray left on course, climb to 55. Thanks.
Skyline 25 Pop, you can climb to VFR requested altitude.
30 north, Bravo. 25 Pop.
Tower, proceed back. Roger 35, Roger.
Bonanza 663, descend and maintain 2000.
North Bravo.
Adventure 10, Myrtle Beach Tower, proceed back.
Oh, Tower, Adventure
6 west.
Adventure 90 at Myrtle Beach Tower, proceed back. Adventure 30 on tower.
Myrtle Tower, Adventure 50, North Bravo.
Adventure 50, Myrtle Beach Tower, proceed back.
See back, Adventure 50.
And as a 663, you're following a PA-34 at your 1 o'clock, 7 miles. He's on a right base, runway 18.
Looking, 6-3.
November 81 Charlie, November, use caution on the overrun before the runway. There is a vehicle about 200 feet from the approach end.
Okay, 1 Charlie, November, I'll be looking for him.
Still in sight for Niner 663.
Number 663, Roger, in traffic. You're following 1 o'clock, 4 miles, eastbound 1000 Seneca.
Looking 663.
Silver 1, clear, Ruby.
Silver 1, tower, thanks.
Seneca 663, cleared visual approach, runway 18, contact tower 128.45, traffic no factor. Bonanza 663, cleared visual approach, runway 18, traffic no factor, contact tower 128.45.
18 over to tower 663.
Bravo.
109, Myrtle Beach Tower, proceed back.
See back, Merlin.
Good afternoon, Tower, Bonanza 90663, visual 18.
The 90663, Myrtle Beach Tower, wind 2705, runway 18, clear to land.
Land 663.
Bonanza 90663, use caution, there's a vehicle on the overrun before the runway, about 500 feet from the approach end.
Thank you, sir. 663.
Seneca 81 Charlie, November, turn right on Bravo 3, contact ground 120.3.
Okay, right at Bravo 3 and over to ground 81 Charlie, November. Myrtle Beach ground, Seneca 81 Charlie, November, clear 18.
81 Charlie, November, Myrtle Grand, taxi to ramp via Bravo.
Leo Bravo, 81 Charlie, November. 5,000 with information, November, and request.
90, Myrtle Beach Tower, pursue that.
Myrtle Beach approach, their request.
For 600 here, requesting the ILS runway 23 for Grand Strand.
Number 695 Delta Sierra, how will this approach terminate?
We'll be on our way back to Wilmington, sir, for 95 Delta Sierra. East, Bravo.
Delta Sierra, after completion of this approach, flight heading maintain 2000.
We're heading 2000, 95 Delta Sierra.
Number 635 Papa, Squawk V4, change of flight frequency approved. Good day.
Myrtle Beach approach, Bonanza 35 Papa, we have Ocean Island sight.
Number 35 Papa, Squawk V4, change of advisory frequency approved.
5 Papa, thank you very much. Myrtle Beach approach, 581 Kilo, 4000, headed Grand Strand, and we have a request.
Number 9525 Papa, Squawk VFR, change of advisory frequency approved. Good day.
Good day, sir, and thank you for your great help. 25 Pop.
Number 581 Kilo, Myrtle Beach, request.
Request a VOR for runway 23, please.
Number 81 Kilo, Roger, expect that. Will this approach terminate?
We'll be touch and go back to Fayetteville.
Number 5 Kilo, turn 5 degrees right and join the final approach course, runway 23.
5 degrees right, join the final approach course, 581 Kilo.
Adventure 50, Myrtle Beach Tower, proceed back.
Intercept 51 off the Grand Strand, 600.
Plans 39751, motor departure radar contact. Turn right on course, climb maintain 8000.
On course, 8,000.
Number 90663, turn right onto Bravo 3, contact ground 120.3.
Bravo 3.3, 663.
Number 695 Delta Sierra, flight heading 100, vector ILS runway 23, descend and maintain 3000.
30,095.
Colonel Ground, good afternoon, Bonanza 90663, clear the active at Bravo 3, taxi to the FBO.
Bonanza 9663, Colonel Ground, taxi to Parkview, left turn on Bravo to the ramp.
Cancel flight following, have airport sight.
Number 11552, Squawk V4, change of advisory frequency approved. Good.
Myrtle 3, now receiving your mode C.
We're cycling from Myrtle 3.
Go now, Myrtle 3, thanks.
How about that, Tower?
Adventure 10, Myrtle Beach Tower, proceed back.
VOR, final approach course.
Will report established on the final approach course of VOR, 581 Kilo.
Good afternoon, Blue Streak 5460 is with you, level 1000.
Blue Streak 5460, Myrtle Beach approach, descend to maintain 2000.
Descend to maintain 2000, Blue Streak 5460.
Venture 90, Myrtle Beach Tower, proceed back.
Pretty fast with Venture 90.
Wings 412, courtesy call, pushing off Alpha 6.
Wings 412, we're ground Roger, revised radio taxi with Bravo.
We'll go, we got Bravo.
2000, 581 Kilo.
Myrtle Blue Streak 5405, 12000, descending 11000, Bravo.
Blue Streak 5405, Myrtle Beach approach, expect lower end turns in 7 miles.
I'll proceed back.
Proceed back. Number 3 is intro, Bravo.
Myrtle 3, Myrtle Beach Tower.
And Tower Myrtle, an intro with Bravo.
Myrtle 11, Myrtle Beach Tower, proceed back.
Proceed back for Myrtle 11.
Blue Streak 5460, descend to maintain 1700.
Descend to maintain 1700, Blue Streak 5460.
Blue Streak 5460, proceed direct Bevitt.
Direct Bevitt for Blue Streak 5460.
Blue Streak 5405, descend to maintain 6000. Turn 10 degrees right, back to visual approach, runway 18.
10 right and 6000, Blue Streak 5405.
Myrtle Tower, Myrtle 9, resort inbound.
Trying to maintain, correction, maintain 3000. I'll upload it pretty shortly.
Okay, 3000, 95 with Sierra.
412, taxi with Bravo.
Wings 412, runway 18, taxi via Alpha.
Alpha 1A, spare wings 412.
Myrtle Beach, Bonanza 277, Romeo Bravo.
Blue Streak 5405, descend to maintain 4000.
4000, Blue Streak 5405.
That's a 277 Romeo Bravo, Myrtle Beach approach.
Roger, Myrtle Beach. We just departed. We're about 15 miles today west of Cape Fear. Request radar out to K, A, and D.
Blue Streak 5460 airport, 1 o'clock, 10 miles.
Field and flight 5460.
Blue Street 5460, clear visual approach, runway 18, contact tower 128.45.
12845. Have a great day, thanks.
Establish on final approach course in the Grand Strand 23.
581 kilo, 20 miles, or correction, about 17 miles from Grand Strand VOR. Good VOR approach, runway 23.
Clear VOR approach, runway 23, 581 kilo.
Blue Street 5405, descend and maintain 3,000.
3,000, Blue Street 5405.
And to 7 Romeo Bravo, squawk 1551.
Roger, 1551.
Number 4516 X-ray, contact Wilmington approach 118.25.
118.25, Wilmington approach for 4516 X-ray, good day.
Bravo.
103, Murphy's Tower, proceed back.
Romeo Bravo radar, contact 6 miles east of Ocean Isle Airport, altimeter 3018, say altitude.
State Murphy's Tower 8, cleared to land, wind 170 at Niner.
Roger.
8, Blue Street 5460.
At 3,000 with information Bravo.
Blue Street 5460, use caution, there's a vehicle on the overrun, a few hundred feet north of the runway 183.
All right, well, watch out for that, 5460.
Blue India.
JZI, Roger. I'll be inputting that now. Are you ready to taxi at this time?
Ready to taxi 061.
7206 Quebec, runway 18, taxi via Bravo. I'm going to give you departure instructions at the end. And say request altitude one more time for me.
Blue Street 5405.
18 taxi via Bravo, 06 Quebec.
06 Quebec, Roger, thanks.
And Tower 11's intro with Bravo.
Myrtle 11, Murphy's Tower, proceed back.
Where's that, Myrtle 11? Information Oscar, current at the Grand Strand Airport, altimeter 3018, wind 19010, sky clear. Number 581 kilo, after completion of this approach, fly runway heading, maintain 2,000.
Runway heading up 2,000, 581 kilo.
Number 581 kilo, contact Strand Tower, 124.
124.6 at 81 kilo.
FA1 Murdogram.
To approach wind 426, 13.5 thousand. Information Bravo.
FA1, please southbound on Alpha to the 18 Pappy. Approach, turn 10 degrees left, vector visual approach, runway 18. Expect lower in 4 miles.
10 degrees left side, expect. Visual 18 approach, wind 426.
Myrtle Ground, Skyhawk 13276.
Skyhawk 13276, Murdogram.
Request VFR to Conway, at or below 2 Formation Bravo, ready to taxi.
Number 695 Delta Sierra, descend and maintain 2,000, turn right heading 120.
20, 695 Delta Sierra. Myrtle Tower, Myrtle 9, intro, Bravo.
And I'll be inputting that for you, sir. You can start your taxi.
5405.
Tower, proceed back.
Runway 18 via Bravo.
8, contact tower 128.45.
Clear to visual 18 over to tower, Blue Street 54.
6, you have no.
2. Spare wings 426, descend and maintain 5,000.
Tower, Blue Street 5405, left base visual 18.
Blue Street 5405, Murphy's Tower, wind 1708, clear to land.
Clear to land 18, Blue Street 5405.
Myrtle Tower, Adventure 90, North Bravo.
Adventure 90, Murphy's Tower, proceed back.
Proceed back, Adventure 90.
Blue Street 5460, turn right on to Bravo 2, contact ground 120.3.
Right
on Bravo 2 over ground, Blue Streak 5460.
2486 Papa Sierra, motor departure, squawk 1546.
Spirit Wing 412, fly runway heading, runway 18, clear for takeoff.
Blue Streak 2460, motor ground, taxi to Park, zero right turn on to taxi Bravo, right on Bravo 3, hold short runway 18 on Bravo 3.
Right on Bravo 3, hold short 18, Blue Streak 5460.
2486 Papa Sierra, radar contact 3 miles northwest of Georgetown Airport, altimeter 3018, say altitude. 2486 Papa Sierra, cleared to Concord Airport, as filed, climb maintain 8,000. And Tower 11, Central with Bravo.
Myrtle 11, cautionary turbulence flying Airbus 320, proceed back.
Maintain 2,000. Tap the Airbus on rotation and proceed back from Myrtle 11.
Spirit Wing departure, so long.
Departure 412.
8087 Romeo, motor departure, squawk 5566.
Approach 412, 1.7, coming 3,000.
Spirit Wings 412, motor departure, radar contact, turn right heading 270, climb maintain 10,000, 10,000.
About 1,000 feet north of the approach.
Number 8087 Romeo, radar contact 2 miles west of Georgetown Airport, altimeter 3018, say altitude.
Clearance delivery, good morning, Lobo 715, clearance on request, ready, copy.
Lobo 715, motor ground, you're cleared to the Cherry Point Airport as filed on departure, climb maintain 3,000. Expect 10,000, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency be 119.2, squawk 2670.
Okay, Lobo 715, cleared Cherry Point as filed after takeoff, runway, or up to 3 feet, expect 11,000 in 10 minutes, 119.2, 2670 on the squawk.
Lobo 715, read back correct.
Lobo, copy, thank you.
Diamond 5 Delta Sierra, turn right heading 140.
4095 Delta Sierra. True, Bravo.
Renard, I'm going to reach tower, proceed back.
Proceed back, Merlin.
Spirit Wings 412, turn right on course, Ricky.
On course, 412.
Spirit Wings 426, airport 2 o'clock, 10 miles.
Inside Spirit Wing 426.
Spirit Wings 426, cleared visual approach runway 18, contact tower 128.45.
Clear visual 18, tower 28.45, Spirit Wing 426.
Spirit Wings 412, contact Jacksonville Center 134.37, good day.
3437, press 412. Spirit Wing 426, right downwind for runway 18.
200, maintain 2,000, full established on the localizer, cleared ILS, runway 23 approach.
426, want to reach tower, wind 2705, runway 18, clear to land.
Runway 18, clear to land, Spirit Wing 426.
16 to park.
Alright, cross 18, Bravo 3 to 14 in the parking, thanks, 5460.
Blue Streak 5405, turn right onto Bravo 3, contact ground 120.3.
On departure, maintain VFR below 3,000. Departure frequency will be 127.4, squawk 5557.
Blue Streak 5405, Bravo Bravo 2.
Bravo 2 and ground, Blue Streak 5405. VFR out or below 3000, departure frequency 127.4, squawk 55570, Quebec.
6 Quebec, read back correct, contact tower ready, have a safe flight.
Ground, Blue Streak 5405 on Bravo 2.
Blue Streak 405, we're ground, taxi to park via right turn on Bravo, right on Bravo 3, hold short runway 18 on Bravo 3.
Bravo 2, Bravo 3, hold short 18, Blue Streak 5405.
Skyhawk 13276, I have your departure instructions whenever you're ready to copy, sir.
Skyhawk 276, ready to copy.
Skyhawk 276, on departure maintain VFR or below 3000, departure frequency 127.4, squawk 0354.
26, use caution, there's a small vehicle just on the overrun on the north end, just prior to the threshold lights.
Departure 127.4, squawk 0354.
Okay, 13276, read back correct.
7206 Quebec, pulling short of Bravo 5, ready for takeoff.
Skyhawk 7206 Quebec, Myrtle Beach Tower, turn right heading 210, runway 18, clear for takeoff.
Right turn heading 210, runway 18, clear for takeoff, 06 Quebec.
Tower, Myrtle 11, the intro of Bravo.
Myrtle 11, Myrtle Beach Tower, proceed back.
Proceed back from Myrtle 11.
Myrtle Tower, Adventure 90, north of them.
Adventure 90, Myrtle Beach Tower, proceed back.
Proceed back, Adventure 90.
Blue Streak 5405, cross runway 18 from Bravo 3 to Alpha 4, continue taxiing to park.
Cross 18, Bravo 3, Alpha 4 to parking, Blue Streak 5405. Brief approach 581 Kilo, just off of Grand Strand, climbing 2000.
Number 581 Kilo, motor departure, radar contact. Turn right heading 040.
04081 Kilo.
Number 581 Kilo, turn right heading 360. 360.
Have over at Myrtle Beach Aviation, ready to taxi information, Bravo.
Skyhawk 7206 Quebec, contact departure.
Bravo, information Charlie's current, no real changes. Altimeter is now 3019er.
Tower Myrtle 9 speed east of Bravo. 8 via Bravo, level 715. 7206 Quebec, 1200.
Be chasing information Charlie, current altimeter 3019, wind 170 at 10.
Now available, wind 16010, altimeter 3019er, Charlie.
Beach altimeter 3019er.
FA1.
FA1, ground.
Air at the 18, happy, I'd like to north on Alpha to the end.
FA1, proceed as requested.
1 saying north on Alpha to the end.
Number 456 Romeo Hotel, Myrtle Beach approach. Number 456 Romeo Hotel, Myrtle Beach approach.
Myrtle Beach, Bonanza 277 Romeo Bravo.
Bonanza 277 Romeo Bravo, Myrtle Beach approach.
We're going to climb up to 6500.
Contact ground 120.3.
Right. Picked up the Bravo 2, then ground, Spirit Bearing 426.
Beach approach, coming 456 from Intel, 5500, and I do have Oscar at Grand Strand.
Wing 426 on Bravo to the gate.
426 from Grand, taxi park via right turn on Bravo, right on Bravo 3, hold short runway 18 on Bravo 3.
Low 5,500, 2 o'clock, 7 miles southwestbound. Altitude indicates 6,500, type unknown.
Roger, we will stay at 5,500 for a while. Okay.
Departure 69500 off of Grand Strand, passing 500 for 2,000.
Number 695 Delta Sierra, Myrtle departure, radar contact. Turn right heading 320, expect traffic.
320 for 695 Delta Sierra.
Number 581 Kilo, turn right on course Wilmington.
Right on course Wilmington, 581 Kilo.
Myrtle Beach, we're going to go back to Fayetteville, 81 Kilo.
Remember 81 Kilo, roger. Proceed on course Fayetteville.
On course Fayetteville, 581 Kilo.
Center 581 Kilo, climb maintain 4,000.
Roger, calling ground. Who was that? Was that Airport 29? Roger. And are you leaving the airfield then?
The Sierra, you're going back to Wilmington?
29, roger, thanks.
Yeah.
695 Delta Sierra, turn right on course Wilmington, climb maintain 3,000.
3,000, direct back to Wilmington, 95 Delta Sierra.
Number 8087 Romeo, contact Shaw approach 125.4.
3 out, 4, continue taxiing to park.
Across runway 18, the Bravo seat and to the ramp, Wing 426.
Number 486 Papa Sierra, contact Florence approach 118.6.
5 ready for takeoff.
Oh, 13276, Myrtle Beach Tower. Turn right heading 210. Runway 18, clear for takeoff.
Yes. 276, runway 18, clear for takeoff. Turn right 210. Myrtle Beach, we got the Bonanza 277 Romeo Bravo.
At the tower, look head south on Bravo to 36 Pappy.
Separation with that traffic, climb to VFR, request altitude approved.
Everyone's going south on Bravo to 36 Pappy.
Romeo Bravo.
Bonanza 7 Romeo Bravo, contact Florence approach 118.6.
Roger, 118.6.
Beach approach, coming 456 from the tower, Strand in sight.
Tower, good afternoon. Level 715, approaching runway 18 on Bravo, ready for takeoff.
6.
I'm Myrtle Beach Tower, good afternoon. Hold short runway 18 for departing traffic.
Hold short, runway 18, level 715.
Adventure 10, Myrtle Beach Tower, proceed back.
Tower, Myrtle 3 is intro, Charlie.
Myrtle 3, tower, proceed back.
Back 3?
I think it was Adventure 60, Myrtle Beach Tower, proceed back.
Good afternoon, Myrtle. Twin test on 186 Tango Hotel with you at 6.5.
Just 186 Tango Hotel, Myrtle approach, September 3018.
3018. How's Gamecock today?
Closed.
Great.
715, fly runway heading, runway 18, clear for takeoff.
Fly runway heading, clear for takeoff, 18, level 715.
Cessna 13276, contact departure.
276, contact departure.
Area 1 clear, Bravo.
FAA 1, roger, thanks.
Myrtle departure, Skyhawk 13276 at 1100, climbing.
Skyhawk 13276, Myrtle departure, radar contact, turn on course, Conway, advise when you have the weather.
276, turn right on course, we'll advise when we have the weather.
Myrtle 11, intro with Charlie.
Myrtle 11, tower hold for departing traffic.
Altimeter 3018.
Myrtle 11, proceed back.
Proceed back from Myrtle 11.
Lobo 715, contact departure, so.
And switch on departure, Lobo 715, see you.
276, we'll advise.
Departure, good afternoon, Lobo 715, 1600 for 3000, runway heading.
Lobo 715, Myrtle departure, radar contact, turn left on course, Wilmington, climb maintain 10,000, 10,000.
Left, direct Wilmington up to 10,000, Lobo 715.
Adventure 10, tower. Adventure 10, tower, now receiving your mode C.
You're 21.
Myrtle departure, Skyhawk 13276, we have the weather at Conway.
That's a 276, roger.
Sambo 3 is intro, Charlie.
Myrtle 3, Murray's tower, proceed back.
Back for 3.
Descending 12 Foster 11,000.
Air Wings 921, Myrtle approach, roger. 695 Delta Sierra, contact Wilmington approach, 118.25.
8.25, 95 thanks for the help, sir.
Myrtle approach, 0904, 909 November.
Adventure 50, Murray's tower, proceed back.
Mexico Center 134.37, good day.
3437 for Lobo 715, good day.
Arrow 6490 November, Myrtle Beach approach.
Yes, it's Arrow 904, 909 November. Is the Gamecock MOA Charlie active today?
November 99 November, negative.
Roger that, thank you.
Wings 921, go direct Uckstep.
Spirit Wings 921, I can't turn you for about 5 miles. I have direct Uckstep in about 5 miles.
921.
Adventure 30, Myrtle Beach Tower, proceed back.
Cessna 13276, no traffic observed between you and Conway Airport, Squawk VFR. Change device frequency approved, good day.
276, change frequency approved, Squawk VFR, no radar traffic ahead.
Fairwings 921, proceed direct, UG step, descend to maintain 5,000.
921, direct UG step, descend to 5,000.
Myrtle Beach approach, Cessna 7994 X-ray.
Cessna 7994 X-ray, Myrtle Beach approach.
94 X-ray, I'd like to get flight following to Florence, 3,500 feet.
With Charlie.
Just took off from CRE.
See that from an 11.
Cessna 904 X-ray, are you a Skyhawk or Skylane?
Skyhawk, yes.
Myrtle approach United 1770, 168, 71, 1000.
At 1770 Myrtle approach, expect lower and turns in 20 miles.
Okay.
Cessna 904 X-ray, Squawk 4267.
X-ray.
Fairwings 921, descend to maintain 4,000.
921, descend to 4,000.
Cessna 904 X-ray, radar contact 5 miles northwest of Grand Strand Airport, altimeter 3018.
3018, 94 X-ray.
Cessna 904 X-ray, flight heading 270 vectors across Myrtle Beach, final for 18. Cessna 904 X-ray, disregard that, flight heading 350, flight heading 350.
350, 94 X-ray.
Fairwings 921, descend to maintain 3,000.
921, descend to 3,000.
Cessna 904 X-ray, maintain VFR at or below 2,500.
VFR at or below 2,500, 94 X-ray.
Dude 1, Myrtle Beach approach.
South Myrtle 3 is east, Charlie.
Myrtle 3, Myrtle Beach Tower, proceed back.
Back 3.
Myrtle Tower, Stormer 3, just is across.
Stormer 3, tower cross.
Stormer 3.
Tower Myrtle 9 is going to be intro Bravo.
Myrtle 9, tower, Charlie's wind 17010, altimeter 3019er. For feedback, there's a banner tower crossing southwest from the Regency.
Myrtle 9, proceed back has Charlie, and we'll be looking for the banner tower.
01 is 15,000, descending 11,000.
Dude 1, expect runway 18, reduce speed to 250. You're not 2 following an Airbus at your 1 o'clock, 10 miles southwestbound.
Nine 921, airport safe.
Porter 701, Myrtle Beach approach. Advise the name of Charlie, I think you got stepped on.
Myrtle 9, thanks.
1, we have Charlie.
Porter 701, roger. Dude 1, do you have a request?
Wing 21 has the airport safe.
Fairwings 921, roger. Traffic 11 o'clock, 7 miles, northbound, 2,400.
921, we're looking.
Adventure 60, Myrtle Beach Tower, proceed back.
Speed 1 flighting 270. United 1770, descend and maintain 3000.
Descend to 3000, United 1770.
Number 186 Tango Hotel, contact Charleston approach 119.3.
193, 6 Tango Hotel, thanks.
United 1770, proceed direct dock step.
Direct dock step, United 1770.
Order 701, proceed direct dock step, descend and maintain 5000.
Direct dock step, descend and maintain 5000, Porter 701.
Dude 1, descend and maintain 3000. Air wings 921, good visual approach. Maintain 180 or better to Bevitt. Contact tower 128.45.
Alright, Spirit 921, clear for the visual to 180 or better to Bevitt and 2845. Good day.
See you. That's a 904 X-ray, turn left on course, Florence.
Spirit 180, visual to 18.
904 X-ray.
Spirit Wings 921, Murray's Tower, wind 1709, runway 18, clear to land.
Clear to land 18, Spirit 912.
Adventure 30, Murray's Tower, proceed back.
Number 581 Kilo, contact Fayetteville, approach 133.0.
1330, 581 Kilo.
Now clearance, please 54005, pick up clearance to Philly.
First, good afternoon, wing 25, 14.6, down to 11,000, information Charlie.
Level 31010 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 119.2, squawk 7313.
Approach, turn 20 degrees left, vector sequence, descend and maintain 5000.
Correcting C10 in 10 minutes, departure frequency 119.2, squawking 7313, Blue Street 5405.
Blue Street 5405, reback correct, and no call for release procedures in the Philly at this time.
Brown, Blue Street 5460 to Charlotte.
Blue Street 5460, we're grounded clear to the Charlotte Airport as filed on departure, contain 3000, expected 16,000, 16,000, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 127.4, squawk 1046.
At 4, Myrtle 11.
Clear the Charlotte, filed up to 3,000, expect 16010 after departure, 127.4 and 1046 for Blue Street 5460.
Blue Street 5460, reback correct. What's your estimated wheels up time for your release, sir?
Airwings 921, contact tower 128.45.
1640 for Blue Street 5460.
Blue Street 5460, roger, stand by. I'll call you back at your time.
Thank you, sir.
United 1770, descend and maintain 3000.
Yeah, we're descending to 3000, United 1770.
Dude 1 mile from Rockstep, clear to localize the runway 18 approach.
Spirit 327 Bravo, level on the south.
Street 5460, release time 1647.
1647 for Blue Street 5460.
Bravo 3 East Charlie.
03, Murray's Tower, proceed back.
That's 3.
Dude 1, roger, cancel approach clearance. Clear for the visual approach, runway 18. Dude 1, after completion of approach, maintain VFR at the tower. Dude 1, contact tower 259.3. That is 1770, 11 o'clock, 15 miles.
Insight, United 770.
At 1770, cleared visual approach, runway 18.
Wind 16010.
77.
Porter 701, descend and maintain 3000.
Descend maintain 3000 for Porter 701, field in sight.
Adventure 16, Myrtle Beach Tower, pursue back.
See direct offset, descend and maintain 3000.
Descend at 3000, direct offset, wing 25.
Dude 1, Myrtle Beach Tower, wind 17010, runway 18, cleared for option.
Cessna 4 X-ray, did you want higher?
Yeah, 35, please.
Cessna 904 X-ray, maintain VFR at or below 3,500.
4 X-ray, 3,500.
Wing 25, descend and maintain 4,000.
Descend maintain 4000, wing 25.
Start wings 921, turn right on the Bravo 2, contact ground 120.3.
921.
Up to Sirius, back. Traffic 1 o'clock, 2 miles northbound, altitude indicates 3,000.
Adventure 60, Myrtle Beach Tower, pursue back.
Ground Sparrow Wings, 921, clear on Bravo 2, we're parking Alpha 3.
Your right turn on Bravo, right on Bravo 3, hold short runway 18 on Bravo 3.
Be east of Charlie.
Short 18 on Bravo 3, and sorry, I gave you the wrong gate, it's Alpha 6.
Okay, Boeing 737, you're 12 o'clock, 6 miles, doing 200 knots, 2,600.
Okay, we're looking for Port 701.
It's 1770 on the visual 18.
Morning, United 1770, Myrtle Beach Tower, wind 17010, runway 18, cleared to land.
Approach 18, Porter 701.
Dude 1, continue upwind, you can expect right close traffic. Dude 1, pattern altitude 1,500. Dude 1, make right close traffic. And Dude 1, when able, squawk 0300.
Porter 701, spacing will shoot contact tower 128.45.
2845, Porter 701.
Auto approach 70349, 4,500.
Tower Porter 701 is with you, clear the visual approach runway 18.
Reach Tower, roger, continue. Dude 1, you'll be following at 737, and then you'll be in front of a Dash 8 737s on 2 mile final at 1,000. No, the 737's on a mile and a half final, you'll be following him. There'll be a Dash 8 5 miles in trail of him. Dude 1, follow the Boeing 737, runway 18, cleared for low approach, wind 17011. 701, you're flying a T-3080. It's on a right downwind about to turn base. Is at 1,500, about 1 o'clock, 4 miles.
Okay, Porter 701, looking.
D1 turn base.
Wing 25, airport, 1 to 2 o'clock, 15 miles.
Insight, Wing 25.
Wing 25, clear visual approach, runway 18.
Clear for visual 18, Wing 25. Porter 701, that's traffic insight.
Porter 701, roger. We'll be doing a low approach, runway 18, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 18, Porter 701.
Says a 79904, X-ray contact Florence, approach 118.6.
118.6, operation.
United 1770, turn left onto Alpha 4 and contact ground 120.3.
Alpha 4 and over to ground, United 1770, good day.
Yeah.
And tower Myrtle 11 is going to be intro with Charlie.
Myrtle 11, not Myrtle Beach Tower. Proceed back.
Proceed back, Myrtle 11.
Good morning, United 1770 on Alpha 4 for Gate Charlie. Bravo 4.
United 1770, Myrtle ground, roger, taxi to Park Alpha.
Alpha Park, United 1770.
Right, traffic.
Wing 25, contact tower 128.45.
Over tower 2845, Wing 25 PD.
Okay.
Adventure 50, Myrtle Beach Tower. Proceed back.
Myrtle ground, Scout 20660.
20660 ground.
When I'll call you. Base.
0660 with information. Charlie would like to go over to the to Conway 2000.
Myrtle Beach Tower, Wing 25 on a 10.5 mile final, runway 18.
Frequency 127.4, and the squawk is 0357.
We'll continue in Wing 25.
Same via far outer below 3000 with frequency 127.4, squawk code 0.
18 to Alpha 4, follow a dash 8.
Got someone up. We have to stay put for now. Or 921.
Wings 921, roger, hold toward the runway, disregard, advise when you can cross.
Runway 18, cleared for the option, wind 16011.
Myrtle ground, Scout 20660 is ready to taxi.
20660 Myrtle ground, runway 18, taxi via Bravo, Bravo 5.
Wing 25, runway 18, cleared to land, wind 17012.
Runway 18, clear to land, Wing 25.
Number 327 Bravo, contact Charleston, approach 119.3. 667 Charlie Delta, I'm now receiving mode C.
Spirit 921 is ready to cross.
Dude 1, upon reaching 1,000, make right, close traffic. There's a banner to it, 500 holding.
Spirit Wing 521, no delay, cross to Alpha 4.
No delay, crossing Alpha 4, Spirit 921.
Number 7034 Tango model.
Yes, sir, 349, I just had a period of my engine running rough. I'm going to circle here over 3 foot and see if it was third. So, I'll send it back.
Sorry, Charlie. Roger, keep me advised.
My reach down, pursue back.